Thank you, Max. Happy July 4th to all my fellow Americans watching the stream. All 10 of you. This is what we're going to roll with today. We're finishing up Camden Yards. Get this done. This is I will say the concrete slabs make everything a little bit easier on this. I have some people ask me about the what's it called? The DLC that dropped yesterday. What did I think about it? I thought it was great, but led to sugarcoating aesthetics with the lack of where they talked about the patches and they talked about actually I need to have the diagram up on building this and not just go for memory because I'm slowly but surely screwing myself over with this. So when I checked out Operation Sports, I saw the comment section because I used to frequent Operation Sports a lot, and when I tell you that I've been around Operation Sports for years, I've been around Operation Sports probably since I was about 14. Sports games had countdown clocks. Believe it or not, Madden at a long time ago had such an anticipation, especially from kids in my generation. We had such an anticipation for that game that there was a countdown clock. We would count for it back in June, and you would count the days away because you would have NCAA football that would come out, and that would be the appetizer for the main course. And that's the way it was back then. Madden would be the main course. NCAA football would be the appetizer. Okay? When it was July 12th, July 13th, July 14th, you know what time it was. EB Games and stuff back then would release all those games and stuff early. And back then, there was no YouTube. There was no social media, at least the way we have social media now. 2003, 2004, you had Friendster and all that type of stuff. But thank God social media wasn't the way it is now because social media now is brain dead. So you didn't have none of that back then. What you had back then was your websites, such as Operation Sports, that covered everything. And you always get these screenshots, and you always get the features, you always get the Q&As, you always get all that stuff, and that's how you found out about it. You had GameTrailers.com, you had IGN, Game Pro, Electronic Gaming Monthly, Nintendo Power, and all those types of things. That was your social media back then. And so I gave all this long-winded explanation to say I've been around for a long time on Operation Sports, and I still have a forum there. I still have my username there. I joined them in 2007 when I was 19 years old. Some of y'all who are 19 now, whoever watches this thing and stuff, nevertheless. And so when I went to Operation Sports yesterday, I got to look at the comments about the patches and stuff and the description about them adding on to the patch notes. And one of the patch notes was the 60 my mind's drawing a blank today. 60 assets that were added, which was 58 buildings, people, dogs, horses, and there was 2 new that were added, which was the props, such as the what's it called? Your the batter's eyes that were added. So you had that. And there was a comment that was put down there in which the guy was talking about, he's disappointed in like what this mode has become, and basically, disappointed where everything is at right now in the moment. And I read it, and because there's people who share like the same sentiments and stuff like that, and I like to gauge where people are at, because sometimes it's human nature in life to follow the tribe if you must. And one of the rebuttals was, number one, I don't really see much what they did wrong. They just need to add this, and that, and the third. And then there was another person who sat up there and said, and I'm paraphrasing what this individual said, but they were basically sharing the same basic sentiments that most people share that have no knowledge whatsoever what goes into it, where they said, let me go to it. I got my Clem thing up. Let me go to it. Today's an off day, and I worked out earlier, so I got time today. Because I don't want to spend too long on this, but I do want to get just the gist of where these mentalities come from, why they exist, and why things happen the way they happen. So Steve Noah, who's been doing this for a long time, I always remember him with the Iron Man thing on. I'm gonna join the comments.
Mondays.
So here it is. I found it. The original post was, I really had hopes that the stadium creator would evolve into something great, and I was wrong. And this is from Knight Templar, who wrote this. He said, they must know this. Creators put hours into terrain outside the stadium. Unreal detail. They know that 95% of what is outside of the stadium can't even be seen at all during the game. They do not do flyovers of the existing stadiums, as I believe. They would have to extensively create the terrain.
Strengthen your immune system.
That's too many ads. They would have to extensively create the terrain outside those stadiums. I don't think they're going to do that. So I do not believe flyovers of the created stadiums are coming anytime soon. So inside the stadiums get ignored? Well, not to beat a dead horse, but geez. It's not so much a rebuttal, but I guess I can add on to it when I say this. The reason why people add on to the stadiums, if you must, is because there is something, I guess, within the human psyche. I'm not a therapist, or I'm not a psychiatrist. I'm not even going to act like it. But I will say this, based upon my projections of myself, that there is a certain type of psyche you have as an artist, at least when I'm an artist, a certain type of psyche you have when you create something or you build something that to give it its identity, to give it its structure, you have to go into it and give it everything. So, for example, this right here is, I would say, about 80% accurate in the sense of you know and you identify this as Camden Yards. The reason why you know and identify this as Camden Yards is because it fills out a familiar shape to what you visualize and what you see. So, for instance, if you see the Superman logo is a diamond shape. Okay? It's a diamond shape. So if you see a diamond shape, you know a Superman logo when you see it. You don't even have to see the S in the shield. It helps, but you know it's a Superman logo because you're focused on the shape. That's just your familiarity to it. Even though the developers will tell you, and I remember early on in MLB The Show 21, a lot of people who came out with tutorials as to how and when to make their ballparks the way they were, they often separated themselves by saying, you know, don't worry about outside the stadium. You're not going to see it in the game. You're not going to see any of those types of things and stuff like that, which is all well and good. But then you notice that, like, when SDS does their stuff and they do their stadiums and they do their ballparks and everything, you see exterior shots. You see exterior shots of certain stadiums. I don't know if it's all of them because I rarely ever play, but you see some of them, and some of them have that type of outlook to it. It's just par for the course. Like, I don't know in what way to, try to rationalize it or make it make sense, but it's par for the course. When you build these ballparks, it's kind of like when you build models of a ballpark. I don't think that, even though when you play this game, you see everything outside this stadium, you don't see it. You see mostly what's inside. Now, if you have a single level ballpark, you're able to see outside of it and you're able to see the surroundings and stuff like that. But there is a direct desire, if you must. Hey, Yale. There is a direct desire, if you must, in order to not just see inside the stadium, but as you know yourself, when you create this thing, you know personally, as you invest time and effort into this thing, that what you're putting time into and you're putting your effort into is going to be replicated fully in everything. Okay? Like, Camden Yards looks like Camden Yards because you recognize it inside the stadium, inside the ballpark. But you also recognize it because of its brick exterior. It's brick and sandstone exterior. You recognize Memorial Stadium because of its brick and sandstone exterior, as well as the horseshoe and everything inside of it. The problem is that when you start looking for people who share the same ideas as you, you don't want to fall prey to an echo chamber. And an echo chamber is, yes, these people are saying the same exact thing that I'm saying, but what are they saying? What are they conveying? The truth, if you must, is a very universal thing once it's said, okay? A lot of people will argue philosophically that the truth is very subjective, that what is true for one person is not true for the next person. That we could be here all day in that type of discussion. But when you talk to 4 or 5 people that don't know one another, if you come to my stream and you listen to my stream, if you go to Phil's stream, you listen to Phil's stream, you go to Sue 21, you go to 21 stream, you go to other people's streams and stuff like that, and you hear them say the same type of thing that I say, or I say the same type of thing they say. If you go to a forum, if you go to MLB The Show forum and you listen to the stuff they talk about and this, that, and the fourth and the third and everything, at some point you have to look at that and say, this is a uniquely symbiotic, shared sentiment. There's just some things in life that are just symbiotic and are just shared amongst human beings in this earth, in which people will look at and be like, damn, you know what? This person's right. This person shares a sentiment. In this type of case and in this type of situation, you have a person who I, for certain, know, have never been to one of my streams, have never seen any of my stuff, and yet they're saying that they're sharing the same sentiment of disappointment that other people have shared as well. I got to bring up my Klim map because that's just the case. And one of the things in which they're sharing is as follows, is that this mode is disappointing because the capacity in which you would visualize customization to be is not there. And the capabilities of the ballparks that you see people create, like, for example, if you check out Stadium Center, I think it was Stadium Center built this Mays, Willie Mays ballpark. And it's just beautiful how he did this. He did everything below street level. He mounted up buildings and trees. He did everything condensed and structured. Okay? Which I think is very beautiful. I will commend him because if it was me, I would have drove myself crazy because I'm looking outside the trees and all I see is blank land. And I'm like, oh my God, I got to add more, got to add more, got to add more. But he's a genius in what he does. And he runs a good YouTube channel. But everyone shares the same sentiment of that. And what I was trying to say yesterday with the addition of the props is that the addition of the props are great and good. I like what they added. I like what they did. But it doesn't mean anything if you add a trash can, and the trash can takes your memory from 14% to 20%. Why does that cost more than a brick? Why does me doing a whole, brick exterior like this is very costly as opposed to concrete slabs? If you're going to make a system very arbitrary in regards to how much you can meet, how much you can cap to, you have to explain why you did that and why it makes sense. If you explain it to people, people will follow it. They probably won't agree with it, but at least they'll know that there's a method to the madness, is what I'm trying to convey. When you have a group of people who collectively are saying, this is a little disappointing, you got to pay attention to that. It's no longer an opinion at that point. It's no longer an opinion. It's a collective survey. That's one thing that, when you get into the business of doing artwork for people, when you get into the business of doing stuff for people, there comes a break, that thin line between an opinion and a collective fact. So you sit up there and you see a movie and you say, well, this movie sucked. I don't really like it. I don't really like it. That's an opinion. It's an opinion. But there are some times when you see a movie and that movie itself is just terrible. And everyone agrees that it's terrible. Well, what is it? There's certain expectations. There's certain ramifications that come along with an expectation of what you should see in a movie and what you feel like your money should provide when seeing that movie. That's what it is in this type of situation. So that's what I wanted to get out the way. The people who started here are probably gone or whatever, because that happens. But so I wanted to go into detail about the props that have been added. I like the period pieces. I like the props. Most importantly, they finally added horses, so it's great. I tried to do an equestrian farm about 2-3 years ago in this game, and I kind of never did it again because they didn't have horses in the game. They had cows, and so it's kind of weird if you want to make an equestrian farm that you have cows. So there was that. But I like the additions of what they added. You know, no problem there. I like that. Um, I think they need to just add more. That's my thing. Um, I think like a lot of people say, um, you can't, you gotta love yourself in order to improve yourself. And I think like I heard this from some person thing online. They said it, and it was so great the way they said it. They said you can love yourself and hate your current circumstance, if that makes sense. You can love yourself, but you can hate your current circumstance. Because if you love yourself enough, you're going to love yourself enough to want to get out of that current circumstance and get to a better situation for yourself. It's the same thing about this game. You can love Stadium Builder. You can talk positive and talk nice about the DLC that comes and all the stuff that goes with it. And you can still have a problem with, the direction that things are going, the lack of communication, and all of those types of things. I think that is very possible for you to have. But I think like everything has to be within balance. And sometimes when I critique certain things that happen on this, and when I go fully on board with it, I know for a certain fact that I have a lack of balance when I say what I say, because it's just the structure and stuff like that. I don't hate this game. I know sometimes in a moment you'll probably say that, but sometimes we say things we don't mean. And that's not an excuse either. We all should be in control of our feelings. We all should be in control of how we do things and how we respond, because our happiness is our responsibility and no one else's. But ultimately, I believe you can love a product and you can hate its current status and its current circumstance. Or, since hate is a strong word, you can have a great disdain to its current circumstance and its current status. I'm a firm believer in that. I think the new props are great and good, and I think that this year's version of Stadium Creator is probably one of the most solid creators, without errors, without your ballpark turning into a generic ballpark that's default, as opposed to what you had 2-3 years ago, per se. So I will say that's progress in itself. I will admit that. But another thing in which I think we should be light years ahead, especially on a PlayStation 5, especially when you have multiple engines and multiple stuff in which you can come in and customize and get everything going and get everything flowing to the way things should be. I think you should be better off than where you are. And to have the only improvements in this game be the difference between day and night games after having this game out for over 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, is a disappointment. And I think that, and granted, I am very tongue-in-cheek. I'm often very facetious, with the whole toilet paper and the one-ply stuff. Obviously, it's for hits and giggles. But in all seriousness, like, this isn't just an issue with this game. I think that this is a collective issue as a whole in regards to what we see in the current state of products, in the state of quality, in the state of stuff that has gone down over the last decade or so in regards to sports games. You have two conflicting generations of people that are participating in this world that are matching together. You have your Gen X, who came from an era of ColecoVision and Atari and Super Nintendo. You have your generation of millennials who have come from their stuff and everything respectfully. And you have Gen Z now who's out here, who grew up in their respective generation with certain things. And you have this big cultural shift of what people are used to, what people are accustomed to, what people want, what people don't want, what people are willing to pay money for. And when you sit up there and you come from a generation where, you know, your biggest quick fix was to blow in a cartridge to now getting a day one patch, is a cultural change and a cultural shift in the gaming world. And you know, it's something that you just, you know, it's down to the point of, and this is what I try to stress when I say all of this, is what are you willing to, Bob Marley said it best. Bob Marley had a quote, and I'm going to paraphrase it. In fact, I can probably look it up. Because I want to do his quote justice. He said the truth is everybody's going to hurt you. You just got to find the ones worth suffering for. One love, one heart, and one destiny. That's the way I think about, you know, life as a whole. Is that there's going to come a lot of stuff that is going to require a fight, a struggle. It's going to be a lot of things that's going to require a fight, a struggle, a battle, you stressing things out, you critiquing people, you arguing, you fussing, you fighting. It's just inevitable. You're never going to get out of that. It's just human nature. But you got to find the fights and the battles in life that are worth fighting for. You're never going to escape it. And so for this, granted, this is a game and everything, but ultimately what I'm trying to convey in saying all of that is that games are never going to be perfect. There's always going to be glitches. There's always going to be bugs. There's always going to be malfunctions. There's always going to be problems. There's always going to be patches. But what you're looking for is, out of the despair, out of the problems, out of the errors, out of the glitches, and out of the, you know, the frustrations, is there anything there that's going to reflect growth? Are you finding growth in your company, in your game in your favorite game that is providing, you know, a amount of progress? Have they learned their lessons? Have they learned from their mistakes? That's what you're looking for in life. That's what you're looking for in your professional world. That's what you're looking for when, most importantly, you're sizing yourself up to think, look, and react to how other people gauge your success, or more importantly, how you gauge your own success. That's what you're looking for. Is there growth? Is there progress? Am I a different person today than where I was 4 years ago, 5 years ago, and so on and so forth? The problem is that in today's world with video games as a whole, there is no bit of change in the mistakes and the errors that are made. So that's the huge issue in all of that. You know, there's going to be errors, there's going to be problems, but you know, which ones are the ones that are worth pointing out, and the ones worth discussing and going over and bringing up to par. And I think like that's the sentiment that is collectively shared in the state of video games, in the state of most of your quality products around. And I feel like the topic is, yes, about video games and stuff like that. But me personally, from what I have seen altogether collectively, it's the quality's gone down in a lot of stuff these days. From the pandemic, your home delivery food services were top notch between 2020 and 2021, and 2022 to 2023. It started to fall off. You know, what is the explanation for that? What is what is that? Just don't know. You just don't know. So I think that that's the collective whole, is that you're now in an environment where money is very scarce. People don't have the selections and the options that they used to. And the discernment of, should I spend $56 for this? Should I spend $86 for that to just play a patched game as a beta tester? For what, a 3-month cycle? Is it worth it? Is the juice worth the squeeze? And that's ultimately what you're fighting for now as a consumer. That's the whole issue. That's the whole problem. People are just disappointed in the fact of, like, these gaming companies keep asking, but they're not providing anything. They're not supplying anything. You got a game coming out in August called what is it? Star Wars Outlaws, Star Wars Outlaws or something, Outsiders, Outlaws. They got like 3 different versions of that game that's coming out. Like $100, $200, $300. Like, it's like really? And you're not getting anything extra. It's a single player game. So when the game itself ends and you finish the game, what fulfillment do you have next? Like, is there any more life to the game? Like, is there any more stuff like that you can add to it or anything? No. So that's the concern. That's where things are. That's where things are going. And that's what stems from, do I like the DLC? I do. I do like the DLC. I just don't understand or grasp the method to the madness. And once I get to understand the method to the madness and all of this, I will be perfectly okay with everything that it is. So that's that. I said before, I don't want to continue making streams where I go off on tangents and I complain about this stuff, because it's just beating a dead horse at this point. Everybody from, Phil 44, Sue 21, everybody says the same exact stuff about this ballpark stuff, and how it needs to be a little bit better and a little bit more, to our liking. It's just a matter of will they listen? And I just don't. There's only so many times you can say, I like my burger this way, and you just, So that's my 2 cents of a dollar on that topic. So with that, I will segue into what I'm building. I am currently working on, the 1992 version of Camden Yards, which is the initial version of Camden Yards. I don't know how many versions I'm going to create of this ballpark. It doesn't necessarily change much throughout the years, minus 2001, when they changed the outfield dimensions. But other than that, it doesn't change that much until you get to 2012, when they added the outfield decks. I think it's 2012. 2012? Yeah. And they added the statues, Legends Park, out in the outfield. So when it gets to that point, that's when things start to change. Ultimately, until then, you just get some minor changes, brick exteriors. Look at the film rate changes, so now it gets sluggish. So annoying. But that's ultimately what you get in between that time. So there's that. So it's not going to be like Memorial Stadium where you make multiple versions upon multiple versions, which I highly don't suggest people to do. It's very time consuming. But I did it for a was it anthology? I did it in a sort of like an anthology type of thing, to where you take this historical journey from 1940, 1940 something to like 1993, and you just go from there, and that's pretty much like where everything concludes and goes to, But I don't with Camden Yards, there isn't that much of a significance within Camden Yards. You know, I would be if I were to do that, I would be making 1992, 1993, a 1996 ALDS version, 1997, and then 2012. They missed the mark again. Just got in from work. I'll keep it short. Love it. I just like what I don't understand is if you're going to come out with a kit, right? Maybe my definition of kit is not their definition of kit. But if you're going to come out with a theme kit, wouldn't it be in your best interest to like release like scoreboards in that kit? If you're going to add a turn of the century piece, wouldn't it be in your best interest to add crowds from that kit, in that kit? Like, wouldn't it be in your best interest to add new stands, new field textures, bleachers, fans, scoreboards? That's what I was trying to say yesterday when I said you're giving a Band-Aid on a gash. And the lights that they gave from the what was that called? The Rickfield one, those still don't work. So you just threw props in the game just to throw props in the game. There's no QC tester. You don't test a QC. Like, how do you not know that? Like, how does that go from the decision making to this is what we're going to upload, this is what we're going to do, to that? Like, that's what I'm talking about when I was saying, you're going, no game is perfect, but at some point you can't use that excuse anymore that no game is perfect when the mistakes that you're making are not mistakes anymore. They're full on habits. They're full on habits that everybody and their mama can see and say, dang, you know what? You guys are kind of sloppy in what you do. That's my problem with it. It's like those types of things that was added should have been in that mode from the jump when this mode first came out. Like, nobody asked for Godzilla. I have no problem. Like, here's my thing. I have no issue whatsoever in what they added. I have no problem with what they added because to me, I think it's something's better than nothing, which is a cop out, in my honest opinion. But here's my issue in all of this. My issue is if you're going to add cosmetics, fine, but you're basically just doing what you want to do, and that's my problem in all of this. It's like the ball is constantly dropped, the direction is constantly missed, because in all honesty here, like I don't think it's done deliberately, but I question the mentality behind what goes into you knowing for a certain fact that people have sent suggestions in. They have their own threads. They have shared it on Operation Sports. They have shared it on MLB The Show forums. And yet you guys go into another season with this thing, and you think it's perfectly okay to be stuck with this same, like, home ec, brick exterior window type of thing that don't nobody care about. It just... It has to be that it has. I just feel like it just falls on deaf ears. I seriously, sincerely think that it falls on deaf ears. And like I said before, I miss that day and age where, like when you used to get on a forum, like you could talk to an Ian Cummings, you could talk to a David Ortiz. Nowadays, you can't do that anymore. It's like, we're going to make the game we want to make. You're going to buy it. And that's it. Good luck. The NFL, like literally today, said that they're going to charge $475 for NFL Sunday ticket. And the crazy thing about that is that there are, and I hate to say this, there are idiots out here who are willing to pay for that. $475 on YouTube NFL Sunday ticket. People don't understand, and we talked about this back in the mid-2000s with Madden, because we all knew where Madden was going. We knew that it was going to become this, once competition was gone and they took competition away, we knew that it was going to become this whole, sit back, collect the checks, just issue out a new game, and then everything's everything. We knew that that's where it was going to go. And ultimately, what the consensus was that the only way for the NFL to take away the exclusive license from EA would be if people would just stop buying the game from EA. They never did. Businesses operate in this type of facet. It's just like that movie, what's that movie? It's Straight Outta Compton, right? I always go back to this. There's a scene where these people take NWA's records and they are protesting. So they're burning them and they stepping on them and stuff like that. And they sit up there, I'm paraphrasing, but they sit up there and they're not upset because ultimately, why am I upset that you're burning my CD? You brought it already. If you buy my CD from the store, like, I don't care what you do with it afterwards. Just don't do anything that's going to take money away from me, like pirate it or anything like that. But if you hate my music and you're just going to burn my CD, who cares? You brought the CD. It's just like those dummies that go online and they burn their NFL jerseys and stuff when the player doesn't do anything. It's like, you're a loser. Like, you're literally sitting up here burning like an item that you spent hard-earned money to spend money on to get. Like, the only person who loses is you. That's pretty much how this stuff goes. Like, businesses communicate with money. And making videos like the way, what's his name? I forgot his name. But making videos like that where you're trying to call the game trash and all this type of stuff doesn't mean anything, because once they have your money, they have your money. And that's what you're trying to convey in all of this, is that, like, ultimately at the end of the day, like, they're in a business to sell a product. We're in a business to buy a product. And businesses don't communicate with letters and forms and threads and stuff like that. They communicate by quarterly sales, bottom lines. And so when you go, when that three-piece suit comes in, he's, oh, well, our sales have not doubled. What is the problem? Oh, well, it's this and that. Oh, well, let's add this and let's add that. And then it fails again. Oh, well, what's the problem here? Oh, it's this, that. Oh, it must be the developers. Let's fire the developers. It's like Hollywood. You have all these talented people in Hollywood that, are starving. And they have beautiful scripts, talented scripts, but they have a bunch of slubs who are in powerful positions for obvious reasons, not by what they know, but who they know. And they just force feed the same movies and the same TV shows and the same stuff over and over and over and over again. And you got great scripts that never see the light of day. But Hollywood is too scared to venture out and do stuff new. I have no problem with Star Wars. I have no problem where Star Wars is going. People are butthurt about the acolyte for no reason whatsoever. It's just manufactured outrage. That's all what it is. It's popular to sit. See, here's the thing. This is one thing I will never participate in, and I hate doing it, is mob mentality. I will never participate in mob mentality. If I sit up here and I talk about my disdain or my dislike for something, it is because I legitimately have a disdain and a dislike for it. I'm not going to sit up here and grift hate. And when you go on YouTube and you see these so-called Star Wars fans sit up here and talk about how they hate the acolyte, they never give you a legitimate reason as to why they hate the acolyte. Well, the script writing doesn't matter. Well, it's an 8-part series. You're like, what, part 6? You're not going to get force-fed the whole entire thing, no pun intended. You're not going to get force-fed the whole entire story sitting down in one fell swoop. Why not just sit and wait and watch the story and watch where things are going? There are certain things I don't like about the new Star Wars and the directions and stuff, but I'm perfectly cool with that. I sit back, I evaluate my mentality, I evaluate what I'm expecting, I'm evaluating where I see stuff, and you know what? Hey, if you don't like the show, if you don't like where things are going, don't watch the show. Disney Plus works in a way where they count the amount of streams, they count the amount of viewership, they count the amount of reoccurring people who come back and do it, and all the people on YouTube, your Star Wars theories and all of them, who sit up here and do what they do, they participate in it because they make money off of hating on this stuff. I have never seen a group of people hate something so much and talk so much trash about it, yet they profit and make money off of it. Dude sells lightsabers. Star Wars is terrible. Disney Star Wars is bad. Oh my God, it is a terrible direction where everything's going. But here, buy my lightsabers, watch my shows, watch my stuff. Like, to sit up here, like, I will sit up here and I will complain about stuff, but upon giving a diagnosis, I often give a prescription. That's generally how things should work in life. You give a prescription to certain things if you want things to do better. These people give no prescriptions. That's like, there's no prescription. They realized that it was popular to hate Star Wars after The Force Awakens, after The Last Jedi, You know, it's just the way that it goes. Freddie Prinze Jr. said it best. It's like some folks are just mad because Star Wars didn't stay with them. And that's cool. It's like, look, I grew up during the prequels. And the same thing people are saying right now about this version of Star Wars is the same thing that people who grew up your age grew up and said about the prequels. George Lucas killed Star Wars. George Lucas ruined Star Wars. When you used to go on YouTube back in the early 20s or early 2000s, it was all about George Lucas killed Star Wars. George Lucas this, George Lucas did that. Now, my generation has grown up. Your Star Wars theories and all those types of people have grown up. And you know what they say now? The same exact thing. It is what it is. When I went to the movie theaters to go see Phantom Menace again, because when the Phantom Menace came out, I was in elementary school. I was a fifth grader. Now I'm a couple years. I'll be 40. That's a generation change. And when I went into that movie theater to see the Phantom Menace, they made some changes to it. That's not the original version I went to see in the 90s. And that Star Wars right there is not the Star Wars now. And you know what? When the kids who grew up on The Force Awakens grows up and watch a different Star Wars, they're going to act the same exact way. I just think this is my thing. I am all about if you dislike something, because I don't fault people for disliking stuff. I fault people for disliking stuff and having no reason to why you dislike it. I am a huge proponent of you having reasoning in your life and purpose, meaning that if you're going to do something, know why you do it. These people get on YouTube and talk this stuff, and they hate because it's popular to hate. It's what's in. And it's so disingenuous, and it's in so much bad faith that it forces people to actually like the show and actually watch the show. It's like anything else. Like if you sat up here and you read DC Comics and you read Superman and Batman, there's certain Batman stories that just turn people off. There's certain Superman stories that turn people off. Like my favorite Superman stuff was Superman stuff of the early 90s. When Superman started turning into this red-blue thing in the late 90s, in 98, I was like, I'm done with this. This isn't my thing. I don't get where you're going. That's cool. And since then, they've had so many reboots and New 52 and Crisis on Infinite Earth and all that type of stuff. It's like, listen, like, that's the beautiful thing about us human beings is that we're not going to like everything that other people like. What I have a problem with is that the age of having that intellectual discourse where if I don't like something you don't like, you ultimately, if you dislike something, you know, these people like Christian Harloff get up here and talk about, oh, I just don't like the show. I don't like where this is going. I was like, you're just a grumpy old man. It's fine. It's cool. But don't sit up here and act like you wanted to like this show. You never were going to like the show. You don't like the show. That's cool. It's like taking someone out to a restaurant that complain about the seating. They complain about the lighting. It's like, no, you just don't like sushi. That's cool. Be honest. Have convictions about what you dislike. I can respect a person like that. Like, you know, to the free followers who come in here and say hello, I'll sit up here and I'll go on a 20-minute rant about something. And it's not for show. It's not for play. Obviously, I don't get paid doing this. So obviously, I ain't grifting. But, you know, it's honest. There's a conviction. If I came back a week from now, 2 weeks from now, and I see a patch update, and they update the stands, and you can change the foul lines, and you can change the bullpen, you can change all that. Oh, you best believe I'm running to town like Paul Revere. and saying that the new DLC is coming, the new DLC is coming. You bet your bottom dollar. Because what I'm about here is I'm about ultimately this thing improving. If this thing improves to the way I and other people who share my same sentiment improves, I'm out of here. That's what I'm about. But you don't have people like that these days. You have people who are very, very disingenuous. And I just hate disingenuity. I can't stand it. If you don't like a book, that's cool, fine. You don't like the book, you know? But to sit up there, oh, well, this thing has an agenda, and they're going with this, and they're going with that. And then you create this echo chamber where other people are saying, oh, yeah, I agree, they're doing this. Blah, 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 blah. Like, bro, ain't nobody got time for that, man. Like, if you don't like it, just don't watch it. And the thing that bugs me is that these same people who sit up here all the time and complain about that show will go back week in and week out and watch that show again. I think that's, you know, I will say this. I will say this with you. I will say this. I don't like stuff with agendas. But to be fair, that's nothing new. When George Lucas made the original trilogies and stuff, you know what his outspeaks was? The Vietnam War. And he often envisioned Richard Nixon as the emperor. Hasn't changed. Oh, Star Wars is too political. It's called Star Wars. You literally have politics in Star Wars. That didn't make sense about the prequels. Oh, this is too political. And then when the sequel trilogy came out, oh, they don't take time to tell me about the politics. It's like you can't please people. That's why it's best for you to just do what you do. You know, gather the people that are going to like you, because eventually they'll come, and just please those folks. You know, it's just the way it goes. Like, hey, like I tell people all the time, dude, life is too short. I don't like this stuff has worked on. This stuff has been this way since Marcus Aurelius said it. If any of you guys know who Marcus Aurelius said, he wrote a book on Stoicism a while back, and he was talking about how, like, you know, there are idiots out here in this world who do stupid stuff, and there's no need to be angry at them because they're just fulfilling their role. This is their plot in life, and it's never going to change. It will always be that way. The guy who cut you off in traffic yesterday is the same guy who cut somebody off in traffic 3,000 years ago with a horse and a buggy. It's just never going to change. So it's best to just enjoy the life that you have. Focus on the things that make you happy. You know, focus on the things that get you completion in life. And when your time comes, your time is going to come. It's just the way it goes. Like I said, my biggest issue is if you don't like the show, just sit up here and say, I don't like the show. Like, not, oh God, it's the writing. Like, since when did you care about writing in a show? Like, have you ever written a script? Do you know what goes into it? Do you know the imagine? No. So just stop. That's what I don't like about those YouTubers. It's just disingenuous. Like, ignorance is one thing. I can understand ignorance. If you don't understand Tom Sawyer, gladly sit down and have a conversation about Tom Sawyer. But to have bad faith when you know you don't like the book and still sit up there and act like you don't like the book and it's the writing, it's just, no, it's not. You just don't like Tom Sawyer. That's my biggest issue in this society and in this generation and where we're going, which is what I don't like, is that, like, the age of, like, when I was in college and it was starting to get the way that it is now, where people just wanted to argue for argument's sake, is that, like, there is nothing wrong in disagreeing with someone. There's nothing wrong in having a different philosophical approach to people and what they believe in and what they do. But when you sit up there and you know for a certain fact that you have no interest whatsoever in changing how you think, and yet you want to still entertain that conversation, that's when it becomes a waste of time. And what I've found in today's age is that most people don't care about wanting to be enlightened. They don't care about wanting to see a perspective or disagreeing and then, getting your point across, but also seeing where another person's coming across. Most people today care about being right. And then they care about wanting to have other people come along and say, I like your right. Here's my right. Great. Let's all think the same. And then they think the same, and then they call that free thinking. It's not free thinking. That's called cognitive assimilation. You're cool as long as you think the way I think. You're cool as long as you say what I say. It's like, who wants that around them except people who want an echo chamber? Like, that's my issue. The day and age of sitting down and philosophizing and having all this type of stuff is dying and going away. Because even in colleges, even in all this stuff, I had a guy who came in here about a couple months back, and he was talking about, he's young, he's in college, and talking about like the current climate of college. And I said, if I were you and I was in college like the way you are now, I will just say, agree that every single thing your professor says, as long as it gets you an A on that paper. And then when you get out of college, that's when you can afford to have your opinions. And that's when the school calls you up and they want your money, then that's when you tell them and you land the blow on them. But until then, when your professor has your grade in their hands, you got to fake it till you make it. I didn't make the rules. This is the world we live in right now. This is where you're at, where, people ultimately just don't care about thinking. They care about being right. And sometimes in life, you're not going to be right. Sometimes in life, you're going to be wrong. And I think that a vast majority of people these days are more, they fear being wrong more than they fear death. And it's like, when I was coming up, it was usually speech that people were mostly public speaking. Now it's being wrong. And it's like, there's nothing wrong in being wrong. But there's something wrong in knowing that you're wrong and doubling down on it and still wanting to continue hanging around people who are wrong, just so it makes you comfortable. That's my biggest gripe and problem in all of this, is that, like, it's, all you gotta do is go on YouTube and see it. Like, it's the same thing, like, if people like Madden. Oh man, it's like this, it's like that. Oh, it's like this, is like, no, it's like it is what it is. But ultimately, at the end of the day, it's like, that's a whole different animal. All I'm going to say, I won't say anything about that on this channel, but all I'm going to say is this. Take and apply everything I just said and take it to that, and you'll know where I stand on all of that. All right, so we got the original Cannon yards here is at a whopping 25 feet with the scoreboard. So a lot of the stuff that is in this build is not solidified yet. So Your scoreboards are going to be, programmed the way it is. But ultimately, when the ballpark opened, um, in this time, it was not completely finished. So you're going to get a lot of concrete bullpens and stuff like that. You're not going to get like the exact full coloring until like maybe after it's been rendered. But I just want for this mode, I just want some logic, to things. I want some stuff that makes sense, and I want some things to fully start going in. Like if they patch, like this right here doesn't make any sense to where like I cannot, like the way it works in this, the physics is that anything that goes under the field and goes near this is going to be negated because ultimately what is underneath this thing is still going under the ball field. Fine, whatever, But those issues weren't there when MLB The Show 21 came in. So you can't put a flagpole next to your batter's eye, which is another problem that needs to be fixed. Tiger Stadium, for example, you can't do that. You used to be able to do that. I need that to be addressed and to be fixed. If you're going to make it, I don't understand. How can I say this? It's like you go into a house, right? And I don't know if you guys ever been into a couple houses where they have like this big shelf thing and a window facing the house. Like you walk in, you see this big window over the door outside. But when you go inside, it's this shelf. It's this tall shelf that nobody ever can reach to. You have a window, and you go inside the house, and you see a dining table and 2 chairs up there. And you ask, why is it up there? Like, why do you guys have a dining chair? That's cool, man. Do your thing. And it's like, why do you have a dining table? And why do you have a chair? Why do you have all this stuff up there like this? And you never get a reason why. So, like, I know for a certain fact, based upon what I have researched, what I've seen, what I've heard from people, that MLB The Show kind of works in a system where they have a lot of the stuff that works the way that it works the way that it works because it's been grandfathered in since its inception. And basically, if you take one simple thing away, you're screwed. You basically just unraveled the whole entire mysteries of the universe and time continuum. So it's much like this. When you guys were complaining about the batter's eyes that used to be moved and everything, and how like that caused so much calamity. And so like for me, it's like I'm like kind of curious as to like why I mean I get that you need a batter's eye. Okay, I understand that. But like why can't you add anything to the batter's eye? Why is the batter's eye just why is it that way? It's certain things that's like it's in here because it's in here. You never got an explanation, or it's like, well, how come? It's like, okay, cool, fine, I'll give you that. How come I can't add signs onto the outfield walls? Oh, it's just the way that it is. Okay. Just doesn't make sense. That's there's a lot of weird quirks and a lot of like glitches and stuff to where like it like would you guys ultimately have to like rebuild a new game from the ground up? Is that what you're saying? But you never get an explanation like that. That to me is just crazy. It's wild stuff, bro. Like Okay. So I'm not going to mess this up. I'm just going to do it. This is, how do you do this? Oh, thanks. Yeah, that took, dude, I'm telling you straight up, that took, there's certain things I have to be at peace with when creating a scoreboard. One thing you got to understand about the scoreboard, and I'm not directing this to Anchor. I don't know why I call him Anchor. It's Arch. I think it's Archman. But I've called him everything. I've called him our Anchor. I've called him uh, Anchorage. Whatever. There's something about like the scoreboard that at Camden Yards is it's big enough to not be small, but it's small enough. It's small enough to not be big, if that makes sense. So at Memorial Stadium, if you guys ever saw my builds for that, one thing that's very difficult to gauge with the scoreboard at Memorial Stadium is the size of it. So you have to gauge the size by other things around it, per se. It's always going to be bigger than the average human being. That's one thing that put faith in. So always look at people versus the size of the scoreboard. But the one thing about the scoreboard at Camden Yards is that if you make it too big, it becomes crazy. So that raises an issue. The next issue is that like all of this right here, these fit perfectly. But the only issue is the scoreboard colors are red. Even to this day, the scoreboard colors are red. The panels on each side is that way. But, you know, what are you going to do? So you make, you know, you do the best with what you're issued. You play with the uniform that you're issued. So the signature part of Camden Yards is the steel structure and everything that is exposed, that's left open. And that was done on purpose because it was to harken back to your Polo Grounds, your Ebbets Fields, your Fenway Parks, your Wrigley Fields, and things such as that. And so to deviate itself from your, what's it called? Your cookie cutters at the time, that was one of the best ways to distance yourself from it, was to simply just, you know, that was just the best way to distance yourself from it, was to go back to the roots of everything that, to go back to everything that would hearken to the Jewel box era. The crazy thing about it is, and I've sat up here and done a lot of ballparks, and upon doing a lot of ballparks, it requires me to do a lot of research as well. And one of the things I always found fascinating, and I've always asked myself this question, is that between Camden Yards and Memorial Stadium, both locations have historical meaning and historical backing before said ballparks and stadiums were built. But as I've gotten older and I've done more research on it, to get the rest of the sky, I hate the endpoint of a build when you got to go back and you got to cut down on stuff and everything. I've mastered that thing to a T. Dude, I'm telling you, I've done it. To me, it's like buying 3 bags of groceries with 3 pennies. I've mastered it. I don't know how I did it, but like I can go in and snip this here and snip that there and snip this here and do all that and just go with it. But yeah, one of the things in which I've studied is, you know, the historical, like, between 33rd Street and Utah Street. And one thing I found is that I feel like without any unbiasedness, Camden Yards has way more of a historical significance than what Memorial Stadium's plot of land had. To be fair, Venerable Park started out as a park at the turn of the century before it was converted into 2 stadiums. Okay. But if you look at Camden Yards was like right smack dab in center field, right here, was Babe Ruth's father's bar. They did excavations on this plot of land because before they built Camden Yards, you had a factory on this level alongside the warehouse, which President Abraham Lincoln came through and all those types of things. And they excavated it. They brought up seashells, outhouses, and stuff like that. That's insane. That's insane. I love these ballparks. I study this stuff. You know, I do research. I get blueprints. I look up models. I look up all that stuff. It's a labor of love. It's like, you know, you try to have purpose in your life. And that's just, you know. I think for Arch, for that type of situation, I'm piggybacking on the, that I think in that type of situation, the one thing that made me good about it is I've learned to divorce myself from the prospect of deleting certain things for the sake of not having an attachment to it per se. You know, like I go into it knowing that like if you are going to build this ballpark, best believe you are going to yeah, you're going down. Like, you know, it's got me this mode, I will say, and I will dog it, you know, and all that type of stuff, but without this stadium builder mode, I honestly would never have been a part of the Saber metric, the Saber Club, which is $7 a month. You get access to baseball books and researches and all that type of stuff. That stuff would have never happened. I had a fascination with stadiums, but this right here served as a such a good outlet for me to start researching and exposing myself to ballparks that I've never knew existed in this thing. So, you know, for if anybody ever, you know, says, "Oh man, all this stuff is negative," I got some positive stuff in there. I got some positive stuff. This mode has helped me tap into my history background and study stuff and study the game and everything like that. That I probably would have never been able to do without this mode. So I do give it credit where credit is due, but you know. Looks like it's going to be a bunch of T-storms coming up here. Bunch of T-storms. Ain't going to be no fireworks tonight. There definitely was some last night on the 3rd. Yeah, that's where. Yeah, it's gonna get a little rocky. Gonna get a little Rocky Balboa here at some point. My crazy thing was like a month ago or something, we had like this hurricane, this tornado stuff coming down. And I was like, man, like it's crazy because tornadoes usually don't hit in Maryland like that, the way it hit there. But it worked out. I mean, there's certain areas in Maryland where if you live there, you know you're screwed. Like out in the western area, probably right near the mountains and stuff like that. That's generally like the altitude and where stuff hit like that. But we don't necessarily yeah. Well, it's starting to get there. It's starting to get there. You know. I'm just glad I attempted this thing because honestly, honest to God, like MLB The Show 22 version me, I'd have told you this thing's impossible. But you know, what you gotta do with this is you have to sincerely just accept the fact that there's certain limitations that you're not going to be able to get to in this, and it's fine. And it's okay. Like this scoreboard part's going to piss me off a little bit, though. So I got to get that right. Yeah, them tornadoes are just, the tornadoes was crazy, man. Like, I'm not even going to. I'm sitting up there like I'm at 7-Eleven. It's like, you know, people wishing me well and all this stuff. So I'm like, y'all know something I don't know? like this needs to be, this needs to be literally out there. I don't know why it's acting like that. All right. All right, let's see what we got here. This is supposed to be 25 feet. Checks out, 25 feet. All right. I know Max was in here earlier, but I'm engaged where he's at. He probably left, I think. People come and go in here. Like, it is what it is. They got Lincoln Logs. What is that? Metal mesh stools? Yeah, that's bigger than a human. All right. So there's a way to do this. Oh man. Yeah, this is my July 4th stream. A long time ago I used to do Rainbow Six Siege on this stream, or Battlefront, which I haven't done in a while. But Rainbow Six Siege is such a ass show. It ain't even funny, dude. I can't. It pains me as to like what that game has become versus like what like it just pains me, bro. Like I can't even front. Like it just pains me like how that game started out being such a great strategic game and they turned that crap into Call of Duty and Fortnite. When they started making like the rifles pink and like pixie dust, I was like, I can't do this no more. Like I can't do this. Like Call of Duty used to be, and Call of Duty had the same exact issue. Like Call of Duty used to be like Call of Duty in 2007 and 2011 with Modern Warfare 2 was some of the best like stuff I've ever played in my entire life when it came to first person shooting and stuff like that. And then when they started getting people with moon bounce jumps. I was like, bro, I can't do this. I can't do this game no more. I don't know where it went wrong, but just the Fortnite-ification of video games and the Call of Duty vacation. Just, bro, I can't. Y'all can miss me with that, dude. I'm not. I mean, I get it. It's a game. It's not serious, but it's like, bro, y'all got Nicki Minaj like twerking on people's faces and stuff as a fatality. Like, I'm not doing this. We're not playing this game no more, bro. I'm not doing this. Okay. So we got a scoreboard. All right, so Fortnite became one of those games that, much like Call of Duty, wanted to do that whole live content crap where the game never ends and it's just constantly microtransactions, and microtransactions. And every game that came out in that era all thought the same exact thing. Wow, we can do this too. we can turn our game into a live service. And no, those are special for special things. Like, you know, it's not exclusive to Madden or anything like that. Because you will get a live service if your game sucks. You're going to get a live service to where people are going to start playing your old games and not your new ones. There's your live service. It's just wow, bro. Like, dude, I love me some. I'm telling you, bro, I loved me some Rainbow Six Siege, man. I got some YouTube videos up from a long time ago on there. I used to love me some Rainbow Six Siege, dude. I played the beta when the beta came out in 2015. When the beta came out, I would love to have some guardrails, but these right here take up a lot. Oh wow, move him back. I would love to have some guardrails, but I wonder if I can get away with something here real quick. I'm glad you brought that up. Let's see what we can do here with this. It's not perfect, but you can get something out of it. Lower it down just a little bit. Squeak it over just a little bit. And let's see what we can do here. Get this. Do any of the field props have fences? No. I don't think they do. But if you take an upper deck, right, and it's not perfect, but I did this for my Memorial Stadium thing. If you take this fence right here and you do let's do this. See if you can make like a circle or something. Let me see that. That's a perfect circle right there. And that's a perfect fence. The only problem is just watch your memory percentage. Watch your memory percentage, but you can lower it down to this if you want to. Okay? All right? But that's one way you can do it. Because I love the fences in here. And I've always loved the fences. But the fences altogether takes up so much memory. Takes up so much memory. Like the fences by themselves. And why, I have no idea. But they really do. So you can do it with this one. Obviously, doing that whole circle there just took up at least 1% of memory. So, you know. Don't spend it all in one place, you know what I'm saying? All right, let me lower this down. See how far I can milk this. See, and that screws up. Oh, that screws it up. Screws it up. Ah. Screws it up. And you can do it like this too. I don't know how much memory. These take up a lot of memory. So yeah, be careful with them. Those take up a lot of memory. So we're gonna bring this over, take this down. I love Camden Yards. But the problem with Camden Yards is that Camden Yards is really old. And being old myself, I can say it's old. It was built in the 90s, early 90s, and it needs to be modernized ASAP. The bathrooms need to be updated ASAP. They're gross. There's graffiti on the walls. There's a whole bunch of stuff that needs to be changed. But it's still a beautiful ballpark, but you gotta if you want your ballpark to stay around like Wrigley Field to do the same exact thing, you gotta update that thing. That thing it's getting a little gross. That's all I'm gonna say. It just gets a little gross. Tired of urine-soaked floors. That needs to change. Like, that needs to change too. You know, we need to change that. That needs to go. Because it is gross. And we also, you think it's Fenway's time to go? No. No. Though there were plans to build a new one back in the early 2000s. If you played All-Star Baseball, they had a new Fenway Park. There are certain ballparks that are evergreen because they deserve to be evergreen. Wrigley Field is one of the only remaining Federal League ballparks. Yeah, 1999. I gotta see where this scoreboard. I gotta see how long this scoreboard is. This is the thing, though, about ballparks. In my honest opinion, this is my thing about ballparks. Eventually everything goes. That goes without me saying. So, whatever. But eventually everything goes. Okay? Like, everything goes. Everything eventually has a liquidation sale. But there is something like, say, the Green Bay Packers, who are able to stay at Lambeau Field. There's something to be said about that. There is something to be said about the Boston Red Sox being able to call Fenway Park. Okay. There is something to be said about that. There is something to be said about, oh yeah, that's right, because this foul pole goes over there. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, this one does go up high. Okay. There is something to be said about that. And I feel like the ballparks the teams that actually do consider that and are considerate of that, their ballparks stay around. Where are the Cubs going to play next? Like where are the Cubs going to go if not where they're at? You know what I mean? Like where are the Red Sox going to go if you play that? It's like at some point you have to be satisfied with what you are and where you're at. The grass isn't always greener on the other side. On the one hand, you have the Texas Rangers who are up here at Arlington, the Arlington ballpark that they had was just 30-some years old. What was wrong with that ballpark to where, you needed to ultimately change where you're at with that ballpark and get a new one? I mean, ultimately, in all honesty, Memorial Stadium, and I've had this discussion many a times, but Memorial Stadium would have probably still been around if the Maryland Stadium Authority existed at the time that you had Memorial Stadium existing. More than likely. Memorial Stadium is demolished because you just didn't have the proper people in charge to say, hey, listen, this ballpark is dilapidated now. I will say, though, they did repurpose that Arlington Stadium as a football stadium or something like that. So that's pretty cool. They did the same thing with Turner Stadium, Turner Park in Atlanta. They gave it to the college baseball team. But it's you scratch your head at some of the franchises that make the moves that they make, and you're like, this is why you guys do what you do. It's it goes without being said. This is why you have the problems you got. This is why you go through what you go through. Teams like the Orioles, we can't afford in Baltimore to keep constantly deleting stadiums and going on to new ones because we don't have much land here, especially in the city. You don't have much land in the city anymore to keep shutting down ballparks and, doing the things that you do. So you got to make it work. You got to be very smart, very strategic, strategize, maintenance, keeping up your ballparks and stuff, or else, hey, you're going to fall the way of the dodo bird. I think Memorial Stadium, if the Maryland Stadium Authority had stayed in check with that, probably would have been a different story. You probably would have dealt with a much more probably renovated ballpark. But it does come to a certain point where, like, the ballpark that you're playing at, it's not going to outlast its purpose. It's not going to do it. So, you know. So I don't think they're ever going to leave Fenway Park. Though, like I always say never, because nothing lasts forever. So, but you know, those ballparks are over 100 some years old, and you have to do with sustainability. It's just like M&T Bank Stadium, for example. I mean, we're obviously talking about a different sport, but if you look at M&T Bank Stadium in Baltimore was built in 1998, right? So we're talking 26 years now. Like, that stadium, even at 26 years of age, it can't stay the way it was when it was built 26 years ago. You know, you got to add more luxury boxes. You got to add more things with the sign of the times. And that's, you know, that's what you got to do. So just hope and pray to God that you have a smart owner. I suggest, you know, the crazy thing about Ebbets Field, though, where they built the Barclays Center, was ultimately where they were going to build a new ballpark for Brooklyn. In the Barclays Center, that's where they were going to do it at. Which, fun tip, by the way, fun tidbit. Barclays Center has the flagpole from Ebbets Field there at their arena. It's just that the people then did not have the same, like, and they were going to make a dome. That's where they were going. They were going to make a dome. Same thing in Baltimore. They were going to make a dome in Baltimore too. They were going to call it the Balto Dome or something like that. I think it was for the Colts at the time, because a long time, I think, like, even in the '60s, they were thinking about building a new stadium and stuff for at that time. It was a part of their stadium plan that they were going to implement. But at that time, they didn't have a Maryland Stadium Authority. I highly advise people, if, like, I don't know where people are from in my streams, if there are anybody here, but I highly advise the following. If you guys, like, don't want to deal with your owners taking your teams and moving them, try to talk to your representatives in your respective states about a stadium authority. Like how there's a Maryland Stadium Authority. Please, for the love of God, look into getting your state having a stadium authority so that you don't get like what we got in 1984 here when the Colts left, and we were just screwed over and left for 12 years without who knows what, where, when, and how. Because that's what you run into. These owners, especially like the Kansas City Chiefs, like now he's starting to shake down his fan base. You know, he's starting to shake down his fan base now about a new stadium. And he thinks that just because the fans are in a honeymoon period, because the Chiefs won like their third Super Bowl in like the past like 4 years, he thinks that they can just, you know, get the taxpayers to like fork over all that money. Don't fall for that crap. Get a stadium authority. Get a stadium authority. And worst come to worst, eminent domain. And don't tell the owner that you're getting eminent domain either. Please don't. The love of God, don't. We made that mistake, and guess what? We paid the price. That's why, in all honesty, when what's his name when not Ursay, Angelos was going to pull the crap he was going to pull in the sense of, oh, we might move the team here, we're not moving the team anywhere. It's like Major League Baseball would have never allowed them to move the Orioles out of Baltimore. Because even though Camden Yards needs improvements and work and stuff, Camden Yards is still the ballpark everyone goes to. You're not moving that team. And, owners love using ballparks as leverage. They love doing that. But ain't no way that was going to happen here. So that's not going to work either. Shit. Yeah, that's not going to work. Yeah, that's not going to work either. What batting tunnels? What are you talking about with batting tunnels? Batting tunnels. Batting cage tunnel? Oh yeah. That's the stuff I'm talking about. That's the stuff that don't make any sense. That's the stuff that don't make any sense. There's no rhyme or reason to the arbitrary value of said devices. Why does like I got like two big jumbo concrete slabs here, which by the way, thank you very much, SDS. It'd be nice if you could do this to brick and concrete as well, so that would take up less memory. But it's the same thing like this. It's like I got two big old like concrete slabs here. And like these things right here didn't take up a lick of memory. Like that's insane. But yet when I do a whole like small parameter with brick, that jumps the stuff up from 40 to 60 in no time. That doesn't make sense. That needs to be addressed. Like it just doesn't make any sense. There's no reason to have um like all of this memory stuff jumbled up into things that don't compute. That's another thing, in my honest opinion, that makes this whole like when they give notifications of their patches and they're releasing 60 or 70 pieces of flair for all my for all my office space people. When they offer 60 to 70 pieces of flair, okay, for DLC, that's another thing that doesn't make any sense. Because all what you're doing, like that stuff yesterday that I put on there, all accumulated to about 42% of memory. So let's say I was to add all of that to my ballpark, right? Right now at 59%, I'd probably be at 100% if I added all that stuff. Why does that take up memory? Why does that take up memory? What can I do with that if I were to add it to my stuff? Like, hello. like what is that supposed to do to my memory? Like, so now I got to pick and choose between adding like a end to the roof of my thing or putting a dog in it, which by the way, dog was one of the best add-ons that they ever could possibly do. I ain't even gonna lie. That was like the best DLC I've ever gotten in a game in a long time, was them doing that. So, thank you plenty. Thank you tons for that. To my official thank you human ballpark. That will probably be commencing. But, that they got to get on the ball with that and talk about, why they make the decisions that they make and who benefits from it ultimately. Because, like I said, if you tell me and it makes sense, I'm following you. Like, it doesn't matter. But, like, if you're just going to sit up here and just, like, why is the arbitrary number for member usage 100%? Why not 200%? You know, it's like, see, like, this doesn't make any sense. Why? What is this? Why is this red? It's like, it's the weirdest stuff. Doesn't make any sense. Make it make sense. Happy 4th of July, PJ. Good to hear from you again. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for stopping by as always. Just a note to people who are going to be downloading this ballpark, there are certain dimensions and things that are not going to be accurate. It's just the way that things go, but I'm going to try and make it as accurate as possible. I'm going to try and make it as close as possible. Make sure you guys have the most optimum experience ever playing this ballpark. But there are just some things that are going to be out of my control. And 1992, the one that started it all. I'm honest to God. I told people time and time again, if you were to tell me that I was to build this thing again, if I was to build this thing, I'd tell everybody, man, you crazy as hell, and I would just laugh you off. But I said, why not? Throw my hat in the ring. See what happens, and this is where you get it from. So there's some things I need to get straight and I need to get right with it, because I go to this ballpark all the time, and it kind of shocks me how I don't have. I'm drawing a blank as to like where bathrooms are on the outside, on the walk and stuff like that. So I'm almost there. I'm almost getting it. Warehouse is easy. The warehouse definitely will be the final touch. Warehouse is easy. I will be extending it further than they do in the game, because they do it wrong in the game. They don't put the bridge in from the club level. They don't put the bridge in from the club level that needs to be in there as well. Like that's a problem that needs to be in there as well to the warehouse. So I got to get all that straightened out. Yeah, I would have, like, if people would have came to me and told me that you're going to build Camden Yards in this game and it's possible to at least get it in somewhat of an accurate shape. They said the warehouse is, if you would take it and stand it up, the warehouse would be probably just as tall as the Empire State Building is. So yeah, I'll just take it down there to that. I gotta get the shape and the height and stuff. That's the thing. So yeah, if you were to come to me and tell me that I could pull this off, I'd have said, nah, dog. The Mark train is still there. They changed the train station though, because it used to be an old one a long time ago. Then they changed the station. The new train station looks good on the outside, but it's not for the faint of heart inside, man. It's too many strung out people down there, and some of them stay locked in the bathrooms for quite some time. So if you got to pee, you're crap out of luck. By the way, Studio 44, happy 4th. By the way, a word of advice to people who go to Orioles games: if you guys have to use the bathroom and the gates are not open, I highly suggest you use the hotel lot. Okay, use the hotel across from Utah Street. Okay, so you have to walk around. You're gonna have to use the hotel. Okay, use that hotel. On the first level is a bathroom open to the public. Okay, when y'all go there. Because I made the mistake of running around like a chicken with his head cut off trying to get to a daggone bathroom, and nobody at Camden Yards is going to open up the bathroom door for you. Willing to spend your money when the door opens. Don't give a damn about you before the gates open. So don't forget none of that. They use the warehouse for business, office, lease space. Most of the offices are there. Most of the work goes out there. They do catering events, prom events, stuff like that there. They also use it for job fairs and things like that as well. But that's my advice to y'all. So, and also Pickles, right across from Pickles, there's a pizza place. Okay, for about $10, you can get you a pepperoni or cheese pizza. I think $12 for a cheese pizza. You can get pepperoni pizza for like I think 12 or something like that. But you can get a cheap one, and get yourself a couple of cold ones. I mean, they got like deals and stuff that you can do with that. You just gotta deal with a bunch of college people. Your Chad Brads and Thads and Hawk Tuas that are there. But once you get past that, you'll be okay. You'll be fine. I feel like this should be much taller, though. Oh, there we go. Found a mistake. But that's my advice, man. Like, please, for the love of goodness, if you guys ever get down there and you got to go to the bathroom, boy, I'm telling you, go to the hotel one. And they got a couple of bars and restaurants in there, too. They got a couple of stores, and you get yourself a little something while y'all are there. Okay, I think that's the height. Yeah. Yeah. I stopped down there a couple of times to give resumes just for, shits and giggles. But, never heard back from anybody. But, never heard back from anybody, but, what are you going to do? Beautiful lobby inside. Most of your stuff is in there, like, warehouse is open there from time to time. Like, they do, okay, so the sun is shining on that. That's generally how that works. And then it shines on the warehouse. It's when I was a kid, I never got a chance to go to ballparks like the way I do now. And I would have been 3 years old when Memorial Stadium closed. So that's just pissing in the wind, to be honest with you. I mean, I've driven past that place. I remember seeing it. But to go to a game there, I never did. And I didn't go to my first baseball game until I was 14 years old. They've changed, Phil. They've changed their options so many times there. I know one of the options that still remains, because I know Jimmy Seafood has recently got in there, but Stuggies is still there. Burke's is their new hot dog sponsor. They used to have SK for the longest time. Burke's is there now. Stuggies is the one that do the crab mac and cheese dog. Which, by the way, y'all ain't hear this from me, but around 8th inning, most of them dogs are free. So, y'all happen to go there and you stand by the TV and you watch the game, you'll definitely hear a dude come from the back say, free hot dogs. There you go. So, don't say I never did anything for y'all, because there you go. Okay, so seeing it from this level, it should be. They gotta patch this frame rate. This frame rate gets a little it's a little hectic. I ain't gonna lie. You get I mean, if you ask me, I'm okay with it. I was okay with it when they did it because Memorial Stadium was the same exact way. Like when Memorial Stadium opened up, you had power alleys to center, 444, 309 down left, 309 down right, and you had on the bleachers out there 14 feet high bleachers. So when you go to Camden Yards and you see Camden Yards get changed around like that, I'm like, it's par for the course. Like analytics was involved, statistics was involved, but a lot of the people were just crying say, oh my God, what are they doing in my ballpark? And it's like, listen, if you want pitchers to come here, then that's what you're going to do. Original lines, 333 to left here, 318 to right, 410 to dead center. Only time it's ever been changed is 2022 to 2023, 2001. Before then, it was a hitter's ballpark. Like this right here is as close as I can get to it is a short porch. They made it. They made this ballpark literally be the antithesis of Memorial Stadium. I'm not saying they did that to be spiteful or negative, but in the fan surveys and stuff, the biggest issues were at Memorial Stadium. Fans were not able to see bullpens. Fans were far away from the action because of the circular round behind home plate was circular around like a horseshoe. So fans didn't get exposure to that. And in the surveys, they wanted everything close knit and kept together like the old jewel box stadiums. And pitchers would come here, and of course, they would blame their bad pitching on the fact that Camden Yards are small, and that's why most of them didn't want to come here. Because come June, July, like balls just fly out of that ballpark, like they're gone, and that short to left, short to right, it's a wrap. Some baseball players had problems with it too, because Mountcastle would cry the most about it and be like, "Oh man, they took away my home run porch and stuff." That dude hit a home run to the court out here on this level, like I think like what last year or 2 years ago. That's like 425 feet. I took a tour when they used to do Fan Fest, and I got to actually go on the baseball field and see like what it looks like from behind home plate, and it's just weird. It looks small in a sense where you sit up there and you say to yourself, I can actually hit a ball out of here. But then you get to be realistic and say, nah, man, I couldn't. It's weird. It's big, but yet it's small. Unlike Yankee Stadium, because Yankee Stadium these days catches a lot of flack for it being a minor league to a little league ballpark with its short power alleys and short left and right fences. You know, see the frame rate just changed. That's something that needs to be addressed. Okay, now I need to save this. I hope that answers people's questions. I know I rattle off a lot, but I got to do this part here, all this around here soon. Okay. All right. Let me get my phone so I can see what to do here. I don't think it. I mean, let me sit down for a second, and I can answer your question with full on attention and respect. I don't think that I don't think it's that messes it up. But I will say that and somebody brought this up yesterday. I forgot who it was. I apologize to said person if I forgot who you are. I don't mean to do that. But this individual said something that really stuck out to me, and I didn't think about it. Is that I feel like they marked this whole thing from Oakland's Coliseum. I think it kind of messes it up per se. And the reason why I think it does is because this right here is all programmed and aligned to be this is where the players are going to be pitched at. This is where the players are going to be at. This is where the players are going to be at. So it does play a factor into kind of screwing up what you can get away with, where the only thing that you can edit behind that foul line is the length of the stuff. You can't even I'm toggling the left toggle button. You can't even toggle anything until you get past the foul line. I don't know what possessed them to do that, why they think like that, but that's what they did. Oh, no, there's no option, PJ. There's no option to do that at all. Nope. Yep, we know. There's no option for that. And we've honestly been given no explanation as to why there's no option for that. I would love to just get an explanation. Just, give me a reason why I can't execute the way I want to execute. It's just, what are you going to do? What are you going to do? Okay. Oh, yeah, it's a show. It's not the show, but it's a show. So it does is it takes everything. Most of your modern ballparks, most of your modern baseball diamonds, all have batter's eyes. They all have the ability to have very straight, narrow, behind home plate baselines. Straight down left, straight down right, no messing around, no circular this, no circular that. You don't find any of the stuff that you would find now until you look at your classical ballparks. Your cookie cutters of the 60s and 70s were built like that, where, everything was all uniform and manufactured. It's not until you get out of the, see, this is what I'm talking about. You can't even use brick. Heaven forbid you use 1 ounce of brick, you're done. But that right there is what creates the that problem. That's why one of my biggest gripes in what I said yesterday was at the turn of the century, DLC and stuff that came out. If you're going to do that and you're going to release that, then it would be in your best interest to switch some stuff around. Because for the most part, a lot of what you're operating with in this game, if you want to create a classical ballpark, is not possible. If you want to create a ballpark from, say, 1990 to now, yeah, this is what most modern ballparks have. But you're not capable of going back in time and doing like a square, type of backing like you would if you had those types of things accessible to you. You just don't have them. You don't have them. You don't have the ability to make a underground tunnel or anything like that, or anything such as that. That's not there, and I'm be honest with you, kind of sad because it limits the amount of possibility that you have that you can do if you did have access to that. I feel like it goes under, but I need to get it to go. I don't know if I need to pull this down and have this go up here, because that means I have to take that up. It's much like what I said. Like when you get into a ballpark like this, one of the most yeah, grass can be changed. You have let me check real quick. Oh God, I don't need slow. Um, Bluegrass, fescue, pulse, pass palm, rye, synthetic turf, Bermuda, bluegrass. Most ballparks use bluegrass. The partial weaves haven't changed. Off center hasn't changed. Intermini, tiger stripe, tablecloth 2, tablecloth, straightaway, split, and stripes. Infield, this hasn't changed much. I mean, this is the only one I do see that is new is your bright clay. That's more of an old school style of baseball field, and that's Pangeo. Sorry, I had to answer a phone call at that time. But what was your question? You asked, am I going to build a surrounding area? I'm going to try. I'm going to try and keep everything under 60. I'm going to try and keep everything under about 60 to 50%. That's usually the danger zone in this game. When you try to when you get like if I'm getting out of here building 70, it's going to be tricky. So I already did a clock tower. They took out the Brahma Seltzer tower, so this is the best that I could do with it. Did they remove the signs from that? That's weird. Let me take a little look at that. Yeah. In fact, I'm glad you brought that up. Give me 1 second. I got an idea. What was that? Oh, I didn't see that yesterday. Half stone fence. Did they just add this? Half stone fence. Huh. What do I gotta add that to? Half stone fence. Huh. All right. I don't remember the half stone fence yesterday. Here we go. Lollipop, lollipop. Yeah. That's one way of putting it. All right, there we go. And you put it far back to where you don't see it. But one thing I'm gonna have to do in this is I'm gonna have to do streets and stuff because streets is what will create the streets is what's gonna have to create that. So it's weird, but also what I discovered is that if you pick a plain background, that takes less memory than what it would be if you were to add more to it. So, yup. Actually, wait a minute. This isn't straight up like that. It comes in like this, and then it comes in like this, and then get rid of that. And then you have one side that comes down like that. I need to get, yeah, wait a minute, wait. So it comes in like that, and then it's gonna curve. It's gonna then, wait a minute. Some of the newer ones have lights and stuff, but it just doesn't make sense that it doesn't make sense that if you have a new if you have a new asset and that asset has light and the last asset that you added that is actually stadium lights and has no lights at all. That is when things get a little weird. that's when things get a little out of, you know. Yeah, see, I'm gonna have to do. Yeah. So I'm gonna have to do. I'm gonna have to do. I don't have anything small to do this with, so it's gonna go like that. It's gonna go like that, and then it's gonna shoot down. Yep, that's when things get a little tricky dicky, my friend. That's what we've been complaining about here for quite some time. It doesn't it doesn't make sense. You have a lot of arbitrary numbers, a lot of stuff that takes up memory, a lot of things that act funny, funky, and weird. But when it comes down to understanding why it does what it does, you don't get an answer for that, and that's when yeah, that's when you get the problems. Okay, so because for something like this, for example, Camden Yards is a lot more square than circular, if that makes any sense. So this area right here in the real one would go all the way back to this seat right here, and you would have the metal door for the grounds crew to come out. That would be right there, but you don't have that in this situation right here. So a lot of times, if you are a purist, and I say this, if you are a stadium purist, I feel like people go in two directions. One, you either conform to the limitations that you have in the ballpark creator mode, and you make what you try to make what's familiar, and you struggle with it, or you stay true to your guns, and you basically just build the stadium the way it is, and you just comply and and divide. That's it. So that's pretty much what you do here. I'm gonna show how to do that here in a little bit. Show how to do that in a little bit, but it's just not going. You ruin the integrity of the stadium by doing that. But and you bring just another one. Oh yeah, it drives you crazy. It still drives me crazy. I'm not gonna hold you. Like, this is stupid. Like this is really annoying right here. But life goes on, you know. If I can't be mad about being turned down for prom, and I'm pushing damn near 40, I can't be mad about a ballpark that is not going to be accurate. So you just do what you can and just move on with life. That's the way it is. It works a lot easier with Memorial Stadium because Memorial Stadium is a little bit less confined to the space of the ballpark, and you're ultimately just putting a circular motion to it, as opposed to when you do it for this ballpark here. This ballpark here needs to be confined to a space because the space in itself is built like an old school ballpark, like your Wrigley Fields and your Fenway Parks. They are confined to their space, so you can't be that circular in this. You have to be very structured, square, and cut like the way Ebbets Field is. Ebbets Field, I built Ebbets Field, and Ebbets Field has the same type of problems. This one's more of a problem child than Ebbets Field is, because Ebbets Field, for all intents and purpose, Ebbets Field, for what it's worth, you have the scoreboard that's here, and you have to try and confine that circular thing to that straight square line that comes down that puts the scoreboard up there and creates that small fence for you to deal with. I'll show you if I have time what I mean by that. But this one right here is really difficult to do because it requires a whole lot of, well, this is weird. That looks weird. I don't know if I can get that in here. I don't know if I can do that there. And, so it's just shapes. Like squares, rectangles are never going to comply with circles. It's just the way that it works. They taught us that when we were babies. So, it is what it is. Well, the yardage that you use here, the yards and the numbers and stuff are really kind of skewed because you never get a straight square. If you want to, you never do. It's always something that seems very circular, very off kilter. So you tend to run into that problem there too. There's just no rhyme or reason to it, and it's really confusing because there's going to be a lot of times where you want to build something and you want to structure it, and you can't do it. Like there's certain like shapes and stuff that you literally cannot make in this game, and it is really confusing and frustrating sometimes. So I'm going to keep this here as a placeholder so I know just what to do with that. Well, there's always next year for a lot of things, but it's just never going to happen. So it's never going to happen. Like I'm a little negative. Su21 will probably. I went into his thread one time, and I was last week, and I was like, bro, I don't see them changing this whatsoever. It is what it is. There's no use in me getting agita, high blood pressure about this stuff anymore. Like it is what it is. Not that I did get high blood pressure about it. I just there's no reason for them to improve this thing. We just got props that we should have had in this game. I'm arguing at least 3 years ago. Like I should not be sitting up here like looking at a dog that just got put into this game. Like that should have been put in a long time ago. And instead they were busy putting, Godzilla, Mothra, they like I hear that. I just don't have faith in them. I've sat I'm telling people, like, I've sat up here for years after years after years, and I sat up here and I was like, and also PJ, a baby. They have a legit big baby doll in this stadium builder thing. Like, what? What? Like, come on, man. Come on, bro. Just random stuff. Here's my thing. All right. And, like I said before, a lot of people, I do a lot of diagnosis, but I also do a lot of things called prescriptions. Here's how you make this thing right. Okay. When it comes to props, I'm not even going to talk about the field stuff. That horse has been beaten to death. Okay. It's done with that. Here's how you do the prop stuff right. Here's how you get some method to the madness. There has to be a means to an end when you do props and stuff. Okay? Here's what does not make sense about this prop stuff. All right? If you're going to make a contemporary city kit, and I talked about this earlier a little bit, but if you're going to make a contemporary city kit, you need to make a contemporary kit. Okay? Roads, people, roads, people, stands, crowds, scoreboards, things such as that. Run the gambit. That's what you do. If you make water, you got clean water. Give me some murky water. Give me some of that Inner Harbor energy before they cleaned it. Okay? All right? If you're going to make a turn of the century kit, all right, which generally turn of the century is late 1800s, early 1900s. Okay? All right, 1900s into the 19 teens, right? Give me scoreboards from that era. Give me the ability to create ballparks with the material from that era. Give me some of that. Give me 20s, 30s, 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s material and make scoreboards with it. That's how you do it. That's how you do it. That's how you do props. That's how you solve 99% of the problem that you have with props. You don't randomize it. You don't appeal to Diamond Dynasty because people who play Diamond Dynasty don't give 2 cents of lemonade about this mode like we do. So stop it. Just stop. Stop making props to appeal to people who literally just left your whole entire game and are now playing MLB The Show 21 because of that. Stop it. That's it. That's how you solve the problem. You solve the problem, you stop the bleeding by saying we need to make era-specific, right, that they've never ported the assets to. When they did the Negro League stuff, the Negro League stuff was done correctly. You have uniforms that represent the eras that you have the baggy wool-like pants, you have the baggy wool-like jerseys. That's what you do. That's how you do it. Port that stuff over. That's it. You don't need 60 pieces of flair. You just need the stuff you put in the game. If you can't put it in the game, fine. I won't nag you. But put something like that in the game. But where we're at right now, they have lights that have been ported over that don't even work, that don't turn on. You got a truck that came from one of the Negro League props that don't turn on. Is that going to change just because of a next-gen engine? Maybe. Hopefully. Okay. Okay. Maybe. Hopefully. I guess. That's the way you do it. And for each version of those props, like they did with the turn of the century, you put cars in there, you put parking lots in there. You put parking lots in there, not the same stale parking lot that takes up 100% of your memory. And that's where you go with for that. And you just never look back. And you make 70s cars and you make all those types of things and you invest in that and you appeal to the people who actually are keeping this game alive now, which is your stadium building community. Because it sure as hell ain't your Diamond Dynasty people. They've given up. One of your biggest ones are already jumping ship and going to play NCAA football 25, college football 25. So, like, well, welcome back, my friend. I haven't, but you know what? There have been a lot of baseball custom ballpark programs like out of the park baseball. I think it's OOTP out of the park, where they've made classic stadiums and stuff, and they built that. Um, so, should make my butt numb. Okay. All right, so if I bring this in, I'm going to have to. I want to at least get this ballpark done before I bring in the warehouse again. I learned from my mistakes the last time because I messed up. That to me was one of the, like, there was a time, in all honesty, Phil, and I'm sure you know because you've probably been around just as long. But there was a time like when they didn't patch Stadium Creator for nothing. It was a tumbleweed for quite some time, and now all of a sudden out the blue, it's 60 props here, 70 props here, 80 props there. I'm like, this is what happens when you back the wrong horse. It's like they made Stadium Builder with the intentions of A, not taking it seriously enough, B, underestimating who was the audience for this mode, and ultimately C, appealing to Stadium Builder / Diamond Dynasty / people who are trying to get their XP up / but see, the thing about it is that like the people who were trying to get their XP up and all that type of stuff were the people who like were trying to boost their XP up for RTTS, people who were trying to get home runs off of Diamond Dynasty. It was like, you got to know who your audience is. You know, if you talk to most of the people in Diamond Dynasty community on YouTube, they don't give a crap about this mode. It doesn't matter to them. They don't give a hoot about this thing. It's the people who build ballparks who care about this thing. And it was, at some time when they came out with all this goofy stuff, the one thing I do like from the Monster stuff is the Korean baseball stuff, the trees. They finally added some autumn or fall trees or whatever. But that's about it. The monsters, the busted up buildings, it's just goofy. What are you doing? What are you doing? Like, who wants to? If I was working at SDS, right, back in 2021, like the biggest ballparks were making their rounds on YouTube. And the ones that were making their rounds on YouTube the most was the Sandlot, the Field of Dreams, and your classical ballparks like Angel Stadium and all of those. And that's what you guys go with? It's just tone deaf. That's just like I said, I hate the dog, but it's tone deaf. It's like if you work for Pizza Hut and you work for a business, you work for a company or something like that, you gauge what your customers are into, what your customers demand. So if I'm selling, bacon, mac and cheese, beef brisket, hot dogs, right? Okay, and we're selling that at the ballpark or whatever, and I see that has been in more demand than your vegan pickle relish hot dog, I'm not going to sit up there and appeal towards my vegan pickle hot dog people. You will still get what you get, but I want to pay attention to the people who like the beef brisket mac and cheese hot dog. It sounds kind of good right now on a day like this. Okay? And they don't do that. It's just, a bit of a head scratcher. Nobody asks for monsters in the background when I'm playing a baseball game. I want the scoreboard from all the Negro League ballparks in the game. I want the scoreboard that has the digital scores on it and stuff like that from your old school ballparks and everything that they put in the Kingdom. That's what we wanted. All the rest of the stuff was just a waste of time and money. That's like I don't get that. Got me lost there, Chief. Okay, I'm just going to go with this. I don't like the fences on top of it because it's annoying, but what are you going to do? What are you going to do? But that's my me personally, even when it comes to what are these called? It's called the stands and stuff. I would much rather have this, and if Phil's here, he can run with it. Anybody can run with this. I don't care. I ain't gonna sue nobody. I ain't gonna copyright nobody. I don't give a crap. Steal my ideas. If it makes the game better, steal them. Here's what would make, in my honesty, this is what would eliminate all the stands that you would have in the game. All right. If you take a default stand like this, right? Get this home improvement, whatever, the home thing off of this, because this is stupid. But take this thing right here, right? Okay. You would have an option to look at this, and you would have one option to either slant it at a either 90-degree angle, 45-degree angle, make it steep, make it lower, or whatever. Take the club level by default, take the upper deck level by default, and right trigger, extend how many rows do you want? Maximum row 50. Okay? Arbitrary number, it sounds about reasonable. Most ballparks these days have about upper deck row 25 to 30. Click, 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 done. Click, 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 done. You can have a row of 15. Okay, minimum row 15, maximum row, or put in how many you want. And you can slant it. That way, when you get to a level like this right here, I don't have to do that, because all I would have to do is slant this at a certain angle and extend this at a certain angle, and I'm good to go. I'm not on anybody's payroll. I literally just did this for free, and that was a way better idea than anything they've ever come up with. Make it customizable. Here's the next thing you do. Say you want to build this thing 14 feet below street level. Instead of using the outfield walls to measure it like I usually do, you should start by default. And I said this before. Go to properties, stadium name, city, stadium location. You have altitude, seating color. You can put this right here while off topic. You should have seating color, different sections. Mezzanine, third floor, third floor, second floor, first floor, or upper deck, lower deck, whatever. Blue, yellow, green, this, that, third. Stadium properties. How many feet below street level do you want your ballpark to be? 20 feet below street level. Okay. You sync the default ballpark that you see on screen right now. You sync it estimated wise 20 feet. You make it reasonable. You don't want somebody to be 30 leagues under the sea. You would do it reasonable. You have an arbitrary number for that. Make it arbitrary number to be 0 to 50 if you want. And you would sync the land. Okay? All right? Or you can do like what they do in City Skyline. You can actually manipulate the land around it. So you can pick this up, level it, put it here if you want it on a hill. That cuts down on memory usage, because you have everything you want to build with that. Again, I don't get paid. I'm not on payroll. This isn't, I'm not, a Harvard grad. This is just a person that just sat up here and for like a split second came up with a genius idea. Run with it. SDS, if you get this stream, I don't care. I'm never going to sue you. Steal the damn idea. Steal it. I don't care. Okay? I don't care. Just do something. For the love of God, do something. Please, do something. Something. Because this right here, bro, ain't working. I've heard of Urcad, if I'm pronouncing that right. Urcad. Um, uh, yeah, I know. Like, definitely heard of Urcad back in the day. Okay, so we're gonna. I mean, can I do this? Can I do this? Because if I can, can I do this? I don't think the deck is that high, though. I don't think so. Hey, if anybody goes to Camden Yards other than me, can they tell me if that outfield thing is that high? It's a damn shame. I go to this ballpark like more times than most people can write, and yet I'm sitting up here trying to figure out. This sat in every section known to man. Okay, here we go. Picture reference. So here's what I'm going to have to do, and I'm all for it. It's going to have to be a slant. Here's what I'm going to have to do. I'm going to see if I can get away with this, though. Because this is... Damn, man, I need that shape. You guys know the dollar store now? Dollar Tree, man, don't even sell stuff for $1 anymore. They sell it for like $1.25. That's some wild stuff, bro. This economy, man. This economy is insane. What time is it? 8:36. I think about 8:50 I'll probably log off of here. I'll finish it up tonight, but I'll probably log off because I got food to cook. Mostly killed all these damn flies and stuff already, so. So can I do it like that? Is that the way to do it? Don't know yet, bro. I'll just feel it out and see like where I fit in at. This right here is like right where you need the angling at, because this is wild. I mean, can I just do it like this and then just have it just taken down like that? It is a mess. But I mean, I kind of got it. You could use the ones that curve, but like the thing is, you would need this thing to bend, and like it's just not going to bend. This stupid. Oh my God, the lag. Why am I lagging? Oh my God, dude. Gee, me Christmas, bro. The lag is it's just to die for here, bro. I would love to just put it up here straight and get away with it, but the thing about it is that the size of it is. No clue. I had no clue, because I would love for it to stop lagging. Like if you add a certain, I know for Stain Builder, if you add a certain amount, it will lag tremendously, or it will just kick in and go quick. But it's, oh God. Oh God. Let's move all this back. Push all this out. If I can do that. Oh. Okay, so once I get this done, once I get this part done. I'm about to add bleachers. Like I'm legit about to add bleachers and just like call it a day. This is by far the most frustrating crap I have ever participated in. And like and the thing is that what really kills it, in all honesty, what really kills it is the whole like shape thing. You can't shape the daggone thing. And like the mother loving fences behind this is so annoying. And I don't want to use those bleachers because there's no bleacher seats at Camden Yards. I mean, do I even raise these up? Is the club levels too low? Club levels just might be too low. Get this up. Get this up right here. So, you see the crap I gotta go through. This is just wild stuff, man. I don't even know. This is honestly, I've sat in this section before. This is by far the weirdest section to like sit in because it's high enough to be with the club level, but it does this weird little like milding to where like you yeah, it does this weird type of thing where like you bro, I don't even know. If you guys are cool with it, whatever. This fence shit looks just weird, bro. I just get rid of this. What is this? What is this part? Do I need this? No, I don't. Get rid of all this. Get rid of this. At least the shape is in. We'll just go with that and just leave it at that. At least the shape is in. Oh, yeah. Yeah, it comes with upper deck. Which is good if you want it to come with that, but not when you don't. Well, you know, like it creates a whole heap full of problems. And then like it, creates this weird thing right here where you gotta but it's okay because you gotta at least get that little part right there. The problem is if you use the club level, this is what happens when you use the mezzanine level. So you tend to go a little bit further out, and if you do it like this, it's cool and everything, but you run the risk of the big blank space behind, which sucks. So, you know. So it's just weird. So we'll just do it like that. I probably could. The only way to battle it with stuff like this is you have to legitimately go in and like turn it in like this. Okay? And you would have to angle it to a point. You have to get it very low to where you can angle it to a point where you don't have to be impacted by it, and just literally just obliterate it like this. Like that will get you where you want to go, but then you create more of a problem because now you got 64%. That's going to come back and bite you in your butt when you build the thing. So, let's just leave it be. Accept the losses. Accept the losses for what it's worth, and just go with the flow. That's just it. accept the losses and just go with the flow. It's going to look weird because, well, hey, you know, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. Or I can just get rid of that and just, you know. And we'll just put that down there as a separator and a divider. Even though that doesn't make sense, but whatever. Okay. Well, folks, this will be done tonight. Won't be done on stream, but you'll see it. That's 65%. It's going to be a way to get this done right, done good. But as you guys see, progress is made, progress is going to be made, and more progress is going to be even made. So you'll be watching Camden Yards very soon. Thank you for everybody who came by for this 4-hour stream. It turned into a 4-hour stream. Phil 44, Sue 21, Stadium Center, Arc Ming, all you guys, the best. Come by, subscribe, talk, shoot the crap, whatever you want to do. Come through, talk. It's the Gaming Kitchen. I am out. Peace.